and sort of augmentation of the activity at sea. Of course, it was the 3rd of October. 356 migrants died only 1,000 meters far from the Lampedusa. Gave us the final signal. It was necessary to react immediately, and we launched a different operation. This operation, it has to be clear that is not a search and rescue operation. As I told before, the responsibility of all the coordination in the search and rescue is in every country of the world, every member state of the world, responsibility of the Coast Guard. We launched a mission that is very important, a mission in the international waters, in the high seas, with the end state very clear. We have to enhance the security at sea. We have to fight against every illegal action. We have to persecute people involved in these illegal actions. And with this presence, we are in condition to achieve two important goals. The first is we identify everyone. We identify every target. We identify every boat, fishing boat, vessel, ship, cruiser ship, everything at sea, because every boat could be a threat. And this is for you evident when we see our skies. The European skies are full of aircrafts, but each aircraft is identified. And there is no aircraft flying without all the knowledge we need to authorize this flight. This is not true in the international water, not everywhere. There are some good examples. The Baltic Sea, the Northern Sea, were controlled by the member states which are in that area, and there is a perfect exchange of information. At the moment, Mediterranean is normally in condition, but with the launch of this mission, the central Mediterranean area has been controlled. And what is evident is that if you have the clear situation, if you are in condition to say, my time situation awareness is complete, is efficient, when there is someone in danger of life, you are in condition to intervene. You can all ships to cooperate for the search and rescue activity. This slide gives you an idea on the normal courses and routes followed by the migrants or backed by the legal immigration to people through the Italian coast. The main from Egypt, and normally they use big fisher vessels. They go around the eastern Mediterranean looking for travelers, but of course is not the correct definition. And when they are full, they start. And in this year, they changed a lot their strategy, because before it was very easy to arrive close to the Italian coast, and it was very easy to deliver in small boats, hundreds of people. With our control, they had to change their strategies, and they are now obliged to try to deliver this in advance. In some cases, even far from the Italian coast, up to 1,000 kilometers, 550 miles. And so you can imagine that we have to be very well organized in terms of info sharing, because if you use only your ships, you will not be able to have the control of the Central Mediterranean. You need a lot of cooperation by the other member states, by Frontex, which gives us information, and we exchange information. And we are not working only with the Italian Navy. We have normally at sea 5 major ships, and we use also higher access, which belongs to the Navy. And normally we have at least 900 sailors at sea. But the Italian police, Italian Carabinieri, Guardia di Finanza, Guardia Costiera are working with us in this activity, and of course they are normally engaged in the coastal area, and they are really very important in the moment in which the number of search and rescue situations in a day are growing, and with 5 ships maybe that we are not in condition to work alone. But when we say we work in this Mare Nostrum not alone, we can forget other very important presence. Inside our ships, inside our crew, there is a lot of different presence by the Interior Minister, giving us not only policemen, but experts working in the biometric identifications of the rescued people, doctors coming from the health ministers, volunteers from different NGOs, and I cannot forget the importance of the cooperation with our law enforcement organization and our judges. When we are in the international water, without their support and their official authorization, we cannot persecute everyone because we have not the right. The interagency coordination is a key factor. It cannot be left in the hands of the defense organization or the interior organization. We need to exchange and to support each other between a lot of agencies and a lot of bodies. In this slide, you can see how many activities are involved in Mare Nostrum. And because I have not a lot of time, because I'm nearly at the end of my presentation, I leave you the curiosity to follow the slide. I would prefer to give you an idea of the modus operandi. And the modus operandi is easier to understand if we give you the chance to see a 3-minute movie in-house made, but then we will give you the links with better documents organized by better professional people, and you will be conditioned to see a lot more. Please.
Questo è sul punto dove registra la presenza di un qualcosa di circa 300 sia del GIS La situazione che dicono che ci rubano un po' di riserve, nella piede di acqua, quando ho visto la marina italiana, Speranza alla politica,
Of course, you saw a beautiful sun shining and a very calm sea, but when you work for 1 year, day and night, you can find also different conditions, and this is a continuous job. I would like to give you some figures. The most important one is percentage. Since the beginning of Mare Nostrum, the 99% of rescued people arrived on the Italian coast through these systems. It means that they are in condition to be before checked twice, once for condition and another time for security condition. They are identified, and before their arrival, their identity is checked in all the database we can surf directly while we are sailing. And these databases are not only national, but are also international, European, or with the cooperation of other member states with a bilateral cooperation. Before this operation, the percentage was the opposite. Normally, they arrived without any control before their arrival. We rescued not only with Navy ships, but with all the organization involved, more than 155 migrants. And this is 155,000 migrants, and we captured 9 motherships. It means not only that we found only 9 motherships, but normally when we are speaking about motherships, are speaking of major ships with the huge crew and good capabilities, value boat, and when we capture this kind of ships, this is a really huge problem for these illegal organizations. We have to speak about maybe 700 different small boats that have been used in this year by the illegal organization. And in any case, these boats are not left in the hands of the illegal organization. Sometimes we bring these boats in Italy when it's possible, when the sea condition give us the chance to bring the boat in Italy. Sometimes they are not in condition to sail anymore, and so they simply sink. But in any case, the organization, since the beginning of the missions, are losing all their capabilities, and this is another way to fight against this situation. And only with the activity at sea, we put in prison more than 350 responsible of these illegal activities. I mean, only at sea, because when the migrants arrive ashore, they are in a better condition to be witness of their journey, and they give to the police a lot of information, and very often between them we find other responsible involved in the illegal activities. I gave you before the evidence that the number of the migrants were increasing dramatically before the start of the operation, and I underline again that we cannot speak about a pulling factor. We have to know that if someone is in the international water, if someone is patrolling the IC, we see how many migrants are at sea. If there is no one in the international water, you will see only the migrants arriving in the territorial waters. And if someone is there before, you will never know what happened. Conclusions. We started saying that Mare Nostrum is not the solution to the illegal immigration. It is only an emergency reaction, and this reaction has given the opportunity to a lot of people to survive. But the solutions are far from the sea. We need a more proactivity in the international organization. First of all, in the United Nations organization, we need tailored resolution to authorize other regional organizations to work in the nations in which there are crises. The crisis management is the first solution. We have to intervene to help in their country. We have to follow them and to intervene during the journey. And we have to intervene in those countries in which there is no control of the territory, no control of the coast, no control of the territorial water, And the main evidence for my country is the need to work in this direction for Libya, which is the closest nation in which we have anarchy and we have any kind of threat for these migrants. I try to be fast enough and short enough, but I am 10 minutes long, so I will stop here and give you the chance, if you want, to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Admiral. It's not by chance that when we designed this conference, I repeat, based on an important ruling of the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg, we had immediately in mind to speak also on this occasion on the Mare Nostrum operation. You may remember that the EFC case is based on what happened in the night of 8 to 9 May 2009 in the High Sea between Sicily and the Libyan coast. That there was an order from a political level to intercept the boats, and they were re-escorted to Libya and handed over to the Libyan police and ended immediately up in horrible detention centers around Tripoli. This was the situation at the time. And I think it is good to remember and to put it aside in confrontation to what is happening all over these recent months by the same, let's say, unit of the Italian Navy. Admiral Fofi has to leave us after a coffee break and meeting with media operators, unfortunately, for another mission outside Belgium. And therefore, I would like to give an opportunity now to comment or put some questions to you on what we have heard. I should like also in any way to ask your understanding that Admiral Fofi is not a politician. He is a very high-level military person, and so there are certain limits with regard to political questions that a military officer can speak about. This I should like to underline. Having said this, please, the floor is open for whoever would like to comment or to put a question. Would you be so kind to indicate your name and eventually your organization?
Yes, I'm International. I would like, is it?
No better.
No better. I would like to thank the Admiral for a very clear and interesting presentation. It is our concern, and we have expressed it publicly, that the operation is about to finish according to declarations done by the Prime Minister and the Interior Minister. We would like to, though possible, to understand how this phasing out is going to look like, and if the Marina Militare will be subsumed to some extent into the Triton operation that Frontex is going to start in 2 days. I assume that the Marina Militare will participate to some extent. Is there something that he could tell us? Just to assuage to some extent our concern about a stretch of the sea in the center Mediterranean not being patrolled anymore for the purpose of intercepting and rescuing people in distress. I would welcome any information that you are able to give, considering your position, and obviously it might be of a political nature, so I might just mention. Thank you very much.
I think I got at least the 50% of your question. I will start in this way, and then maybe we elaborate the rest of the answer. But it is not a joke that when in October 2013 we started, the idea was to work for 1 or 2 months. And before the end of November 2013, we had to end the mission. Before the end of December, we had to end the mission, and so on. So I don't think that it is easy to take the final decision in the moment we are leaving, and with the emergency that we see still in place. I am really happy for the arrival of Frontex, for the arrival of the European Union flag in the area in which we are working. I was not happy that for 1 year Italy was asking support and no answer was received. And at the end, I'm not so happy that maybe someone in Europe started to understand and to plan a mission only because someone in Italy said that we are going to finish. We were going to finish. I don't know if we'll stop as many persons are saying, but we say that between speaking and doing, there is in the middle of the sea. I think everyone has a similar sentence in every member state. I mean, politicians know very well their work. We receive orders, and up to today, we didn't receive any order to withdraw. We are in condition to support the start of Frontex, and we think that as before we were cooperating with Frontex, we will cooperate. And I really think that the beginning of Frontex will be a reason for which we should look forward with a little more optimism than before. And I think that it's important that every member state will give the support to Frontex, because Frontex is not the owner of capabilities. It is an organization responsible to handle these capabilities if the member states are supporting. And the capabilities we have to give Frontex are not only a few, by only a few member states, and with the small boats, but of course they need also ships in condition to patrol high sea. Italy offered one ship for this, and I am not aware of what is now offered. I know that this is the second round, and you are waiting for other supports, but I am sure they will start and they will conduct their mission in the best way. I'm not sure when and if we will stop. Okay? Thank you.
I think the question, beg your pardon, are you satisfied with the reply? Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Klaus Rösler, I'm the Frontex Direct Operations. And I would like to complement the picture that was made by the Admiral. Frontex is supporting Italy since 2006. So there was no need to be happy about our arrival in 2014. We have spent millions of euros to support Italy through our coordinated operations, and these coordinated operations, Hermes, Aeneas, and in previous years, Nautilus, hosted by Italy, have been supporting the border surveillance since the last years. The Hermes operation was ongoing in 2013 during the summer, and it was extended immediately after the tragedy of Lampedusa. Frontex received for this additional emergency assistance from the Commission, and we extended our operations through the winter. We continued in 2014. So this is just to underline that Frontex is assisting Italy, the civilian law enforcement authorities in charge for border surveillance and maritime security. Frontex is assisting these authorities since years. And it is indeed a principle of Frontex support that we try to bring together member states' capacities in order to support hosting a member state, one single member state that is hosting a joint operation that is in need for support. So the Frontex coordination principle is not to give money to the hosting member state that has enough capacity to carry out border surveillance with the preparedness for search and rescue. The Frontex coordinating principle is to collect commitments from other member states, civil border surveillance organizations that provide aerial surveillance for early detection of migrant boats, that provide to some extent naval capacity to intercept the detected boat and to contribute to search and rescue incidents if those search and rescue incidents occur. Regarding joint operation Triton, it means that, as in all our joint operations, the main objective is on enhanced and reinforced border surveillance with the readiness to contribute to search and rescue operations, as I said, through the aerial surveillance and providing the capacity, boats and aerial means to be used for search and rescue operations, and also to fight against the cross-border crime, to fight against the facilitated illegal migration, which is done by deploying debriefing teams and screening teams. And I would dare to complement the picture also in this regard. Identification of migrants was done before Mare Nostrum started by the Italian police. It is done, according to my knowledge, not to 99% since Mare Nostrum started. There is plenty of sub-Saharan nationals that consequently refuse to be identified and to be fingerprinted. So let's be realistic and let's acknowledge the success of Mare Nostrum in rescuing and transporting people to Italy. But on the other hand, the border surveillance supporting Italy, coordinated by Frontex, is doing its valuable contribution.
Thank you very much. I think we will come back also in the roundtable on some of these questions. Admiral, I do not know if you want to react immediately or.
I think you gave the perfect idea of the activity they are being conducting up today and the activity they will conduct. So I don't think I have to describe any other thing.
Thank you, Honorable Tineke Strik.
Yes. My name is Tineke Strik. I'm a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. And also the Parliamentary Assembly, as you may know, has praised Italy for the Mare Nostrum and also urged other member states to support Italy with this Mare Nostrum. And as you rightly said, unfortunately, until now, they did not join the operation. But my question is, I'm actually a bit happy that you do not say that it's finally already decided that Mare Nostrum will come to an end, so I keep on having some hope about that. But we are also worried, of course, about what will happen afterwards. What will be ending this operation? And I did a report a few years ago. It was called Lives Lost in the Mediterranean. It was about a boat that migrants were not rescued, although everyone knew where they were, but they were in the Libyan SAR zone. And Italy said at that moment, Italy sent out a lot of messages, but they said we're not going to coordinate an action because it's in the request comes from another SAR zone, not from our SAR zone. And it's a matter of interpretation of maritime law, but many experts on maritime law say it doesn't matter from which SAR zone it comes, especially in the Libyan SAR zone at that moment. It was not covered by Libyan authorities. And it's still a problem, of course. We have this anarchy, as you already stated. So my question actually would be, do you think that Italy might act in future different regarding these requests that will come from the Libyan SAR zone if people are in distress then? Do you expect that maybe Italy will go to the rescue because of what you have built up for expertise what's happening there?
Well, this is not a question I think you made about 100 questions together, because there are many things that we should say. First of all, how many migrants are starting their journey, how many are dying, and how many are arriving. The only number that is clear is the number of migrants arrived. But how many left the African coast and how many died is something changing depending how many eyes we have and where we have these eyes. So, first of all, you were speaking about Libya. Libyan territorial water. We cannot work there. We are not authorized to work. Only the United Nations can deliver a resolution to help Libya in the control of its territory, the control of its territorial water, and some nations, through the European Union, through African Union, can support, after this resolution, the activity in the territorial water. Without any kind of authorization, no one can enter inside and work for this. Libya is not at the moment in condition to handle search and rescue activities, and they are asking support. Someone should answer this first question. At sea, we know that there are some official search and rescue areas, but it doesn't mean that everyone which has the responsibility of this search and rescue areas is always day and night in condition to launch a search and rescue operation with positive results. Of course, there is a capability by the Coast Guard of all the member states of the nation to coordinate not only coastal guard vessels, but military vessels, civilian vessels, merchant ships, laser ships, everyone at sea, which is near the accident, to intervene for this activity. But again, if there is someone at sea, if there is someone able to react, maybe that you are in condition to save these people. If no one is looking at them, and very often they are without telephone, without radar, without AES, without the VHF, so they simply will sink. And you will never know how many of them were there. Another important thing is that when you are at sea, you belong to one organization. You can belong to NATO, you can belong to Frontex, you can belong to a mission, but the important thing is that the ship has a flag. And the flag that ship is the flag of the nation responsible of this ship. The captain, the commanding officer, is responsible of his decisions. If he knows that close to him there is someone sinking and he is also called to intervene and he doesn't intervene, he will be persecuted by the international court because he is in international waters, so he cannot die. But at the same time, regional organizations have not the status of a member state. So they cannot be responsible because they didn't intervene or intervene, because at the end, the problem is simpler. There is someone in danger of life, there is a flag, and there is a commanding officer. That nation and that officer is responsible. So also if, as you said before, 2009, there was not the order to support any people in danger, the law was already standing. And the commanding officer had to take a decision. If he didn't intervene, he was violating an international right. And for this reason, the important thing is that as you control every territorial water with the capabilities of that member state, we should be conditioned also to control the international water as we do in different areas, because with the control of the international waters, you are in condition to fight illegal activities and you are in a better condition to intervene if there is a search and rescue opportunity. Is enough? Okay.
Thank you very much for this clarification. I will take not more than 2 questions or comments if there are. Otherwise, yes, please, Chris Pollitt from European Council for Refugees and Exile.
Microphone is not, sorry. Thank you so much for this information. I had actually 2 rather technical questions, if I may. I understood from your explanation that when you are taking on board the migrants, they are actually being screened already for security purposes. We're referring to, I don't know how many databases there exist these days on the EU level and level. And could you confirm that that I have on the
Sorry, isn't there a microphone?
Hello. Now works? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Now
Sorry, I repeat my question. I had actually 2 technical questions. You were explaining that during the operation you're taking the migrants on board, and that already while you are sailing, there is already a kind of a security screening taking place. So my question was, 1, is that have I understood that correctly? And 2, does that include fingerprinting for the purposes of Eurocat? And if so, are the migrants actually informed about their rights with regards to that, and what the implications are of that? And secondly, I had a question about Eurosur. I haven't heard you mention it, and I was wondering to what extent, because Eurosur entered into force, I think, in 2013, so while the Mare Nostrum operation was going on, and to what extent this is actually being used and whether it was useful in the operations. Thank you so much. Okay, I hope I understood the question. As you heard by the representative of Frontex, there are some migrants, they don't accept to be identified. So normally we save people from the water from the sea. They were in danger of life. We could save them on board, and we don't use violence to obligate them to be identified. It means that in some cases, if you want to identify someone, you should use your force to do it. And it seems very strange that you save one and then you use your force. It is also true that there is a law obliging us to identify everyone. What is clear is that it's not the Navy identifying someone, but it's always the police identifying. But you have to remember also that a lot of them have their relatives in some member states, and following the law, they will never be authorized, if identified in Italy, to reach their brothers, their sisters, their father, because they have to stay in the member states in which they are being identified. So, in some cases, I would like to see how others would act when you make someone going to die safe, and then you use your force to identify him, not giving the chance to reach their families in a situation in which maybe that they are more autonomous and they need less sustained by our organization. In any case, it is true, there are rules, and the rules are not always in favor of the migrant, and they have to be respected. The screening is made, as I told you, by police forces and not by the sailors of the Navy. And the Eurosur, and what was we work within the cooperation of all the navies, the European navies, and our system have a different name, but have the same finality. They need to achieve a perfect maritime situation awareness. What we obtain by our multi-layer procedure in data fusion is exchanged with the European MARSUR. We receive their information and we give them our information. There is a lot of info sharing, and this is really very important and the only way to be successful. This was the question and the answer you wanted, or I missed something? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Just one remark from my side. Of course, there have been search and rescue activities prior to Mare Nostrum. I should like to remind, however, that for years we had constantly a question about the responsibility between Italy and Malta due to the very vast search and rescue zone for which Malta, in theory, was and is responsible. And I should like to stress that one of the innovative features of Mare Nostrum is that there was no more, if I'm not wrong, with the Maltese. The Mare Nostrum ships went and rescued without making a distinction if it was inside or outside the Italian SAR zone. Second, there have been, of course, Frontex operations in the central Mediterranean before and are still going on. But it is also true that only quite recently there is a clear regulation for Frontex regarding sea operations. That's relatively recent that there are clear indications about the observance of the principle of refoulement and of the right to ask for asylum. and the modalities of interception. All this is very new, and it happened, let's say, in the last version, no longer than 6 months ago. But I think we will certainly come back to it. But I should like to stress another element of Mare Nostrum. This is precisely of being operating outside not only the territorial waters, but also outside the contiguous zone. That means on the high sea. And from what I see, but maybe we will hear better about this, the new Triton operation is meant to remain within the 30 miles zone. But what really happens, and where the difference we have witnessed over all these last 12 months, is that the risk is first of all in the territorial waters of the North African countries, in particular Libya, and then in the high sea. And then we have also seen over the years that very frequently, in particular during the summer, at the beach in the southern coast of Sicily, people at 4 o'clock in the morning have arrived and disappeared. Now, this was a constant feature. And from what I can see, this does not happen anymore, or to a very, very minor degree is happening. And there it is also a question, I would say there is a need to know who is entering also 4 o'clock in the morning, not just at the beach, but that there is a kind of identification, at least to know the number and the characteristics of the people who are arriving. And it was really also very shameful sometimes, that even children and so, they just were on the beach and there were tourists to see them and to assist them. And it was a totally chaotic situation. And I'm really fearful, and I say this in the name of my organization, fearful that we could return to such a chaotic situation in the future.
Maybe I will give you a little comment, because I think that we can add to what you said, and I agree with you, also our experience. You spoke about Malta. We had in the past some problems with Malta, but since at least 2 or 3 years ago, we are working very well. Because we use a little more of common sense. They are, if I remember, 400,000 people in Malta. And they normally have about 6,000 new arrivals each year. If you work in percentage, try to apply this percentage to every member state in Europe, and you will see that no one is working like one. So the common sense we have to use is that maybe they have a huge search and rescue area, they should have a smaller, but what they can do is a limited capabilities. We have to have them. If everyone is using common sense, maybe that everything could be in an easier way solved. When we speak about the capability to work out of the search and rescue, using the common sense, we should remember first that we are speaking about human lives, and this is not evident in our way of approaching the problem. We forgot very often that we are speaking about human bodies in danger of life. When they ask search and rescue, they are not anymore in danger, but they are always human lives. And it is not written that everyone has the right of asylum. Maybe that someone will never be authorized to stay in Europe. Someone will be checked and then authorized. But the work you make at sea is not to decide who has to survive and who has to die. You are obliged by law to intervene. And there are other bodies, assured, able to decide, I give you the asylum, maybe someone, other member state is giving you the asylum, you are not in condition to stay here, you will go back, and so on. You will be in prison. But before Mare Nostrum, I would like to ask, without any official body involved, how many search and rescue we conducted, which kind of success in percentage we had in this search and rescue? That is another important thing. And which level of security we implemented in the IC? How many people belonging to this illegal organization have been put in prison before? How many ships have been captured? And maybe, in any case, will be edited with a cooperation between all the nations and the member states with the ownership of the Mediterranean. With a good cooperation, we could control the international water, giving us a better security, making safer the sea line of communication, making safer our economic interest, and fighting better with the illegal organization.
Thank you very much indeed. We have now a short break, and for journalists present, the meeting will be where?
Just in front of you.
Just in front here. A country break. We will meet here again for the roundtable borders, asylum, human rights, challenges and perspectives. Let's give us 10 minutes more. 10 past 10. Yeah, 10 past 11. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. With Christopher. Okay, nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, yeah. Hi. Nice to meet you. It's really a good project. I think it's very useful to have all this information gathered, especially on the practical implementation. Exactly. Well, we don't know how it happens. Exactly. Yeah. 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 We really find research. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We need to combine this actually. Yeah. Yeah. No, then it's exciting what's happening over there. We need to know less about it, because they go through. Sure, yeah.
Te puoi immaginare.
I'm having fun. And we are now a bit more concrete, although we are still strategizing around it with experts also, because I mean, obviously. Sorry, I have to go upstairs. Yeah, but only until noon. Okay, good. See you later. Strategizing around it. Well, yeah, what we want to find is, I mean, always involved experts in developing around it's never based on only our own ideas, because that would be very silly. It was very based on our interests as well, you know, before, and it's based on the interests of the so that would be otherwise not on the table. But it should be a bit more really also the strategy outline should be a bit more defined by us.
If you need expert on childhood,
We've already said we're in the process of having someone find strategy, and then there will be request proposals. That's why it's good. That means there will be a limit for organizations. Why?
our
Yeah. That shouldn't be good.
Otherwise, I need to learn.
Yes.
Because now the campaign now is
Yeah. There was.
It's one basic.
Yes.
And in that run, we have the Europe, but I need research.
Because you know, with those important for athletes, maybe always, you know, the rest is really important as well. The important yeah.
Well, we have
research is obviously important. Yes.
This research is seen as the basis of our advocacy. So we focus on these issues. And we have our
I was. Yeah. Okay. I just need water, so let's go.
So this is ongoing, but yeah, no.
Yeah. Gemini starts. è buono.
Sicuramente, perché proprio non si poteva un
I don't know if it's.
I think it's better. No, che parlavi te? No, no, e qui lei parlava. Sì, sì. No, non mi ricordo. Aber es ist natürlich voll cool, dass man halt zum Ausdruck kommt. So you will be my neighbor, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure you will talk about treatment and what it's. Yes, yes. Okay. The only thing that's you.
Good. Yes, so
I don't know.
join it.
Did you have any questions?
Can I ask DJ to fade out the music? Welcome to this panel, which is entitled Borders, Asylum, Human Rights, Challenges and Perspectives. It's quite a broad title, and it fits many issues, I think. First of all, I would like to express my congratulations to the authors of the report, the CHIM report. It's a brilliant piece of work, I think. It put together a lot of useful information and the research on how a number of EU member states actually implement the principles that have been established by the ESG judgment, and at the same time making the link to the developments at the EU level in particular. And I think one of the, to me, the whole report and research points to a number of things, and one of them is this paradox that we are seeing. The EU has been developing this wonderful common European asylum system, has invested a lot in establishing the system based on high standards of protection, but at the same time, there is hardly anything with regards to how we actually get there, and how do you manage to reach that wonderful system based on high standards. At the same time, of course, the treatment at the border, we have seen a lot of reports coming out about allegations, very serious and persistent allegations around pushbacks at the borders, at our European borders, and how states are dealing with that, and the steps are to prevent these violations of the principle of non-refoulement from happening. We will discuss all of this at this panel. As you will see, we have quite a lot of participants here. It's a very distinguished panel. I'm not going to introduce them, all of them right now, because that will already take me 10 minutes. We'll introduce them as they will speak. Just one housekeeping rule. As the number of panelists is quite large, we're going to be very strict on the time. So I really invite the panelists to be brief, not to exceed 10 minutes maximum, and if you manage to speak for a shorter time period, there is a special prize for you. You will get it at the lunch. Anyway, without further ado, I'll give the floor first to Tineke Strik. I hardly need to introduce her, of course. She is the rapporteur for the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. She just told me she has 3 hats, actually. She is not only the rapporteur for the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, she is also, of course, a member of the Dutch Senate, and she is an academic at the Center of Migration Law at Copenhagen. Tineke, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, my first minute starts now. Thank you very much for the invitation, the organizations. I think this theme, access to protection, is actually key element, of course, of the human rights in which the Council of Europe is very much dedicated to, of course. And in the Council of Europe, we have actually the same paradox as just Chris talked about the common European asylum system, but you don't have the possibility to get there, to get this protection. I mean, we have Article 3 of the European Convention, but member states do not issue visa for Article 3 in order to travel safely and legally to the European member states, of course. So I'm very glad that the Hissi judgments is so central in this report. I think it was a landmark case in more than one regard, and one of the elements was so breaking was that member states cannot circumvent anymore their accountability in the European Convention by operating beyond their frontiers, beyond their borders, when they're operating at the high seas. I think that's a very important one. And I hope that while developing the common European asylum system, it should be at a certain point also the case that member states, once they act at the high seas, that there also should be applying EU law and the EU asylum directives and the fundamental rights, of course. The Migration Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly is very much concerned about these continuing allegations of pushbacks. In January this year, we heard from several organizations that what Greece was doing with pushbacks regarding Turkey. We sent letters to the Minister of Public Order. I had a meeting with that minister in order to ask for clarification and at least urge him also to undertake an impartial inquiry, because the inquiries that we heard about was not really that credible in that regard. And therefore, this report is so useful because we can now, we have more information about monitoring the follow-up of these judgments also in other member states. I think that's really crucial. We don't have that operational information, and we need that in order to make governments accountable for what's happening at their borders, of course. In my report, the left to the actions and reactions follow-up report of the lives lost in the Mediterranean Sea, the Parliamentary Assembly recommended the ministers to adopt guidelines on how to comply with the Hissi judgment and urged member states to refrain from pushbacks. And it really can be helpful once the Committee of Ministers starts to draft such a guidelines, of course. And I tabled a motion for a report on this in order to make a follow-up on these Hissi judgments. And of course, I will use this report and invite the researchers also to present their findings in the Parliamentary Assembly, so that we can really work together, that we use the information of NGOs, but also NGOs can use instruments like our recommendations to go to the governments and have an even more stronger claim that things need to be improved. I think most of you know about my report, Lives Lost in the Mediterranean, so I will not go into the details of that, but I think the most important thing of that report was that it was clear that the story of the survivors revealed that not all migrants who die in the Mediterranean Sea are not seen. In other words, they could have been saved if member states or if private actors did what they had to do. The Parliamentary Assembly adopted my recommendations on how to avoid these needless deaths, and I will mention some of them. A more proactive approach and better cooperation between the member states in responding to every stress call, and even if stress calls come from another search and rescue area than where the member states is responsible for. A proper and common definition of distress, because there are many times that governments say, but it's clear that it was a distress call, it was not a Mayday, so we weren't sure if we needed to act. And also common rules on disembarkation, of course, because now migrants are still shifted like hot potatoes back and forward to other member states. Another important recommendation was that no actor would have to feel a hesitation in order to go to the rescue. I mean, every second, every minute counts, so you have to be able to undertake immediate action. And regarding private companies, it should be very clear for them that they are financially compensated instead of prosecuted, so that there's no disincentive actually to stay hesitant or to sail away. And actually, I think the same counts for the governments. Of course, we cannot accuse them of not going to the rescue because they are afraid of having more asylum seekers, but the practice is that the more they rescue, the more asylum seekers they have to deal with. And therefore also we recommended that we should disconnect these two. Once we have this solidarity system that everyone who's rescued in the Mediterranean Sea will be divided among all the member states of the Union, there cannot be a kind of incentive for some member states to be hesitant or look to another neighboring country or whatever. And of course, it's the second best. The best would be that this blocking element that we have in the Dublin regulation should be amended so that there would be a real solidarity. But in the meanwhile, we could help saving lives by distributing these to people. Well, this Lives Lost report was in 2012. Last June, I had this follow-up report being adopted in the Parliamentary Assembly, and there, to what extent my recommendations have been followed up. Well, not to a big extent. Actually, not many things happened in terms of really follow-up recommendations, but at the same time, many things have happened in the meantime, of course. Now, we have this Frontex regulations, which Mr. Hein already talked about, and perhaps my neighbor also will talk about this external sea borders, and this at least contains common standards on how to act at sea, where to disembark, what is this, these kinds of important elements. And in my report, the Parliamentary Assembly recommended all member states to apply these common standards, even for their own operations, and even if they only operate together with member states and not in a joint operations with the Frontex. And also use them when they operate in territorial waters of not safe countries. In terms of solidarity, not much has changed, as Italy also showed with this presentation of Mare Nostrum. I believe only Slovenia sent a ship in order to support this operation. And the answer we have now is Triton. I hope that my neighbor will go into the extent to which this operation will be operated, because actually we're quite worried that it will be too close to the border only, and that this proactive approach that we see now with Mare Nostrum will disappear, and then we might fall back in the old situation that we had before Mare Nostrum, namely that member states look at each other before undertaking an action, and even that distress calls are not heard if they come from the Libyan zone or from the high seas. So, one of my last remarks is one of the magical formula of this moment is closer cooperation with the transit countries. That should be the solution for the future. And in my report, in the last report, we warn about the situation. Of course, it's very important that transit countries are supported in raising their human rights standards. But what we see now is the closer this cooperation gets, the more emphasis is on strengthening the border controls. That goes in the most quickest way. What's next behind it is raising this human rights standards. I mean, there are financial programs, there are things happening, but not in the same rhythm and the same swiftness as this controlling border cooperation. And I think, therefore, it's important that the Parliamentary Assembly said, first, these human rights standards should be raised on a sufficient level before you really apply this cooperation. Otherwise, you make refugees very vulnerable. They are stuck in these transit countries, and they might be prevented to come to Europe, but they also prevented to get access to protection in these transit countries there. Another element of this cooperation is this bilateral cooperation that we see between Greece, Turkey, Italy, Libya, Spain, Morocco. This is a bilateral cooperation, and also the EU says it's very difficult for us to interfere in this kind of cooperation because they are competent to do so. But I would say that once you see that this cooperation ends in that migrants are prevented from getting this access to protection, I think that the European Commission, for instance, should have an involvement in this cooperation and make clear what are the limits of this cooperation and how can we make sure that migrants, asylum seekers, are not the victim of this cooperation. They might not have the legal terms, but in any case, the political basis, I think, to come up with an intervention. Then my final remark, and that's that all these problems with access to protection, they derive, of course, from the impossibility of the refugees to come in a safe and legal way to Europe. And the proposal of the Task Force Mediterranean to create protected entries has been rejected by the member states, and instead they focus on combating smuggling operations. I think it's rather cynical that we force refugees first to risk their lives before we are prepared to protect them. And it's also rather cynical that states declare the war to smugglers, which to a certain extent it's necessary, but at the same time we create a market for these smugglers as we hand over the refugees to them. The Assembly urged for more resettlement and for more granting of humanitarian visa, and I'm looking forward to hear more of these concrete solutions in this panel or maybe also in this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob, for actually already setting out the main themes for this panel discussion and for already challenging some of the institutions that are sitting here with regards to a number of the questions that we are dealing with. Of course, when we're talking about controlling the borders and the very moment where the right to asylum and access to protection meets the interest of states to control who enters the territory, of course, that's where also the EU agencies come in particular Frontex. So we have now a pas de deux, I would say. We will first have Klaus Rössler who is the Director of Operations Divisions of Frontex, providing his vision on the role of Frontex in this context. And of course, I would assume that we will also elaborate a bit on what was already discussed with the Admiral, and after that we will have Mark from Mr. Rössler for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. Small day to everybody. To elaborate on Triton, to elaborate on Swiss Agreements Regulation, to elaborate on this or that. And all to do this in the limit of 10 minutes. I will try to do my best, nevertheless start with some general messages. And
this panel and this day today shows that indeed border control is not a proper tool for migration management if it's not accompanied by other measures. And border control is only one piece of the puzzle. From our perspective, the challenge is to ensure human dignity and security for migrants, also safety for officers and effective border control at the same time, especially in the times of crisis. And those that on a daily basis contribute to saving lives and risking their own life in the middle of the night, I think they also deserve our respect for their difficult work. Border control is only one piece of the puzzle. While our utmost priority at sea will always remain saving lives of those who travel on unsafe boats, only an integrated global approach to migration covering aspects such as migration channels, common asylum system, emergency aid, regional development, etc. will ensure that people don't put their lives at risk in the first place, and will ensure that aid is given to those who require it in situ. The obvious challenge in the Mediterranean since summer 2013 is a drastic increase. Migrants mainly departing from Libya due to the absence of effective border control or police structures. So Libya effectively is a fallen state and a lawless country, and this created a very comfortable environment for the criminal networks. Frontex and border authorities of the member states and coast guards are all dealing with these consequences of smugglers that put migrants on unseaworthy fishing boats. All are overcrowded and prone to capsizing in high sea conditions, ill-equipped, rusty, poor engines, no navigation systems, no basic safety features. And these factors put migrants' life at serious risks. And it is a high risk for the migrants, and it's also high profitable for the criminal organization. One boat with 300 people can net more than €500,000, and they are totally cynical, with no regard for migrant safety. The incident of the 11th September, somewhere on sea between Malta and Crete, has to be remembered, where facilitators ran a boat with 500 persons and brought it to sink after migrants had refused to be transferred to even smaller and more dangerous boats. There is only one name for it: mass murder. And border control authorities, maritime security authorities are to fight against this type of mass murder. In 2014, with a drastic increase of migratory flows, it was also the first time when we had to learn that there were two classes of facilitated migrants. Those paying less are forced to spend the journey in the engine room with a high risk of either being first to die when the boat sinks or suffocating from the engine fumes. What is Frontex and its role? Frontex is the agency that is to ensure that EU policy and law on border control is effectively implemented on the ground. So we try to manage the practical operational solidarity shown in the EU with the member states most affected by migration. We are channeling the deployment of additional technical means to assist Italy in early detection of migrants. We deploy vessels, helicopters, planes. We activate EU services for vessel identification and vessel detection, and hereby the early detection of migrant boats and the readiness for contribution to search and rescue is always one of the maritime operational objectives. All the vessels deployed in Frontex operations are equipped and the crews are trained for search and rescue. However, our maritime operations, such as the Hermes operation south of Lampedusa, quite visible as they take place in the zones with high migratory pressure, but they are limited in scale, and similar will apply to the upcoming Joint Operation Triton. By the way, we apply the sea surveillance regulation in force since May 2014. We don't foresee any disembarkation in third countries, either by means of border surveillance nor in search and rescue cases under the umbrella of Frontex coordinated joint operations. Frontex considers effective border control and promotion of fundamental rights. For example, the facilitating the access to protection mechanism, also the fight against criminal networks. We consider these as both sides of one and the same level. Frontex activities aim to provide added value for EU border management, combining these both elements. The challenge is, as I said before, to dismantle the criminal networks, also to better inform prospective migrants of the dangerous realities of attempting to cross the Mediterranean clandestinely, improve the conditions in the region and in source countries, which could bring me back to my first point. That border control is only one part of us. Briefly about the joint operation Triton. The joint operation Triton is developed and coordinated as a follow-up and a reinforcement of our joint operation Hermes and NDS. They will be implemented in the territorial borders, contiguous zone and beyond. In particular, with the aerial surveillance, we go beyond, we go to the high sea. As I said, we aim to detect and early detect migrant boats in distress, and thus contribute to search and rescue operations. Search and rescue operations are to be carried out under national responsibility, following the international law, following the international conventions on this. So the objective of Triton is border surveillance, contribution to search and rescue, supporting the fight against crime, which is also to be carried out under national responsibility, and there is no direct relation to Mare Nostrum. Mare Nostrum, we don't know how it is going on, what the scope for continuity. So we have to plan and to launch the operation according to our mandate and the capacity to bring together member states' operational solidarity for the support of Italy. We have the elements ready. We have the participation by member states with a couple of offshore patrolling vessels, of coastal patrolling vessels, of fixed-wing aircrafts, of screening teams and debriefing teams to support the achievement of the objectives that I have mentioned. We have the necessary budget available through internal relocation, readjusting the priorities, and getting additional emergency assistance from the Commission. We have the agreement on the essential elements with Italy, with Malta. So we are ready to start with a good participation of member states. 20 member states will participate with several elements in this operation to be launched from the 1st of November. And the financial volume of the operation will be between 7.9 million per month.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rissler. I'm glad to inform you you're first in line to get the dessert. You managed to speak for 9 minutes, so thank you so much. And thank you for giving this insight into how Frontex is actually looking at this. And I particularly call the fact that you say, well, border control is not the only answer, and it has to be integrated into a wider concept. We were referring also to the global approach to migration in that respect. Moving on to Mark Camilleri, who is that's quite a complex title, the Policy and Interinstitutional Relations Coordinator of the EASO, the European Asylum Support Office in Malta. Many of you know Mark. I think he has been traveling around Europe ever since EASO started back in 2010, So, and we're very interested to hear from the EASO perspective on, especially also the role of EASO in ensuring human rights protection, access to protection.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for inviting us to this very interesting event. Just before I start, as I promised you, I will give you some very fresh statistics as a background to this discussion here today. Some of these statistics are based on Eurostat, but also topped up by our early warning and preparedness system, which is an EASO tool that is used to support member states in their work. So far this year, until September, it seems that the total number of applicants, of asylum applicants, is reaching around 440,000 applicants, which is a 30% increase over the same period last year. Let me recall that last year was a record year in terms of asylum applications in the EU+, so it includes also Norway. But this year, again, after September, we have another increase in the situation, the number of persons applying for asylum. And of course, that is due to the unrest in the neighboring countries of the EU, notably, of course, Syria, and of course, in other parts, and also from applications from Western Balkans as well. In September alone, the number of applicants went up by 20%, and this was due to an increase in applications in Hungary, Germany, and Sweden. And it's interesting to note that 4% of the total share of applicants are unaccompanied minors as well. As been stated a number of times, Germany, Sweden, and Italy altogether get 52% of the applications, but it doesn't mean, of course, that the other member states are not doing their share, because, of course, these are the top ones receiving the most. And Syria, the Western Balkans, and Eritrea are the top 3 countries of origin at EU+ level. It's interesting to note that in September, 1 in 4 applicants was Syrian, actually, which is again a 33% increase over August. And another interesting statistic is that Syria was in the top 3 in 20 member states in September this year. So this gives us a bit of a background to our discussion here today. It's an extraordinary situation that we are facing, and we hear a lot the word solidarity. In fact, even Klaus mentioned that Triton is based on solidarity, the solidarity instrument, and EASO also is a solidarity instrument. And it's also good to know that solidarity is not charity anymore in the EU. Solidarity is part of the treaties of the EU now. So solidarity is an integral part of the system. And the agencies in particular, and also EASO and specifically, is based on solidarity, and everything we do is a solidarity mechanism. So we use member state experts to help member states. So it is using our own resources in the EU. Practical cooperation is the key in our work. So we have member state experts working together in order to find common approaches. The common European asylum system is there. There's the recast EU asylum acquis. Maybe Stephen will explain a bit further on that. But by July next year, it needs to be fully transposed by member states. There are a number of measures being undertaken as we speak by the Commission, by EASO, by other actors in order to support member states in this effort, which is quite ambitious. The new asylum acquis recast raises the standards quite substantially, and there we are to support member states in this respect. But also, it's important to note that we hear these 3 terms: responsibility, trust and solidarity very often, but they are crucial to the functioning of the common European asylum system. We believe that, of course, for member states to trust each other, they must assume their responsibilities in line with the EU asylum acquis, and also then solidarity comes to play when everybody is observing the law and is doing their job adequately as usual. So of course we are there to support member states in this process, which, as I said, is not an easy task, but there are positive steps being undertaken. The common European asylum system sometimes is an abstract term for many, but actually the common European asylum system is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. The end is, of course, to offer protection to those who require protection. So the common European asylum system is there to get to that aim, to have a common approach, a common way of dealing with persons who require protection and applications. So what are we doing specifically on this, and in particular also related to the discussion of today? EASO has its own training program, training modules, quite an extensive list of modules now. We are up to 14 modules, and they are currently at case workers, but also now we are developing them further to address reception officers, managers, policy officers, and COI officers as well. These, of course, modules are common modules, so they are drafted together with member states, and also civil society has a role to play there in the reference group, and the society is actively involved in the preparation of these modules. We also have the quality matrix. It's a thematic approach going into different steps of the procedure and identifying good practices, having meetings with member states, and also developing tools to support member states in dealing with the various issues. We also, so let's say if I had to summarize the EASO's function in 3 words, it's providing information. So we have this early warning and preparedness system, as I have mentioned before, that gives a picture of flows to the EU and also gives a picture of member states' preparedness to deal with the flows, and also for member states to do their job, daily job, with respect to asylum and reception. It's quite an ambitious project. Project is a product that EASO produces, and which will feed also into the Article 33 of the new Dublin regulation. There's the early warning mechanism of Article 33 that gets one of the main sources of information to that process. It comes from EASO's early warning and preparedness system. But also, EASO produces now common COI together with member states. A number of reports available on the COI portal as well. The annual report, which for the first time this year, so for 2013, it included quite extensive input by civil society as well. So it aims at being more comprehensive as we go along. Also, there are some, EASO was also known for operational support. We are offering support to, we offer in total to 6 member states already. Currently, we are engaged in Greece and Cyprus, Bulgaria, Italy. We offered also support to Sweden and Luxembourg in the past. Operational support is there are 2 types. I will not go into detail, but some of it is tailor-made and some of it is emergency. And there's a difference between the 2 types of support, but basically you have EASO experts and member state experts engaging with a member state that requests this type of support. 2 interesting initiatives perhaps I should mention here is the joint processing pilot that we are carrying out. On Task Force Mediterranean, there were a number of initiatives listed, and joint processing pilot was one of them. We took a gradual approach. We conducted a number of pilots throughout the summer. Over 11 member states were involved in these pilots. We took a thematic approach, so we didn't do the whole process, but teams. Results were very encouraging. Now we are doing a more ambitious pilot, including a number of steps together. and we will see, hopefully by the end of the year or beginning next year, we'll have the results from these pilots to see whether actually joint processing is possible in practice. As I said, results so far have been very encouraging. There are, of course, some let's say, issues that we need to look at, but at least the will is there, and let's say indications are quite positive so far. Also, there's the pilot project on facilitation as well that EASO is engaging. Frontex are doing the briefing sessions, as you all know. What we are doing in this pilot project is actually focusing on migrants arriving by boat. It's with 2 countries, it's with Italy and Malta in particular. And we are looking at persons who arrive on the same boat. So we are looking at their answers to a number of questions that are posed to them, but as a group, in order to have better comparability of replies. We have to see how the results of this project are going right now as we speak. Results will be available later on this year, but also it would add to this debate on also facilitation and what we can do in order to address the situation. I think that's all from my end. The last thing I want to mention is that, of course, EASO cooperates closely with Frontex, and in fact, we already had 3 pilot sessions joint with Frontex for border guards. And this has already produced some very interesting results. They were mainly carried out in Greece. We, of course, intend to further this cooperation, and also EASO in its mandate has the possibility of issuing guidelines. And we are looking into possibilities on type of guidelines that we could issue to support this process. One final thing, we mentioned cooperation with third countries, we mentioned cooperation with countries of origin, countries of transit. There are a lot of actors out there where members, also previous speakers have said, member states with bilaterally, there are other international organizations involved. I think at EU level there's been the discussion recently, and it's been going on for quite some time, but especially accentuated recently with the new commission, that there needs to be a more focused and coordinated approach with third countries, with all actors involved, working towards the same aim. And this is also an interesting point of discussion.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, thank you, Mark, for your intervention and for bringing a couple of issues which we maybe elaborate a bit further. Also, you will again referring to your cooperation with Frontex, and you mentioned training as one of the main activities of EASO, particularly in the context of referral mechanisms at the border. I guess there's a couple of questions to be raised there also from the EASO perspective. We've now discussed, we now have the perspectives and the views of the EU agencies as such. Now I would like to give the floor to Stephen Ryan, the Deputy Head of the Asylum Unit of the Commission, to give the Commission's perspective on the future, and particularly also invite Stephen also to reflect a bit on the Commission's thinking of the way forward, and into ways into which to resolve that paradox that we've been mentioning before, the fact that refugees are actually forced to risk their lives in order to reach protection in Europe. Thank you so much.
Chris, thank you very much, and thanks also to the Italian Council for Refugees. I had a chance to look last night briefly at the very impressive report that has just been produced by the Council. It's a very comprehensive overview of the current challenges, the current situation, and also the legal framework that we're operating in. And I think it will be a very useful reference document for all of us, and a source also of inspiration and ideas for possible future initiatives. Let me start by saying a few words of a general nature before I say something specifically about our acquis and maybe then about future initiatives that might be looked at. As other speakers have indicated, I think we're clearly facing today an unprecedented convergence of both external pressures and internal divergences and imbalances. And these are combined, I think, to create what is increasingly being described as a crisis in our asylum and migration system. The external pressures are the ones that we've been discussing this morning, the many conflicts in our neighborhood, the striking coincidence of timing, if you like, of some of the most serious conflicts that we've seen in the last few decades, all of them not far from the European borders. Economic hardship, of course, especially in Africa, that is driving migration northwards to Europe, but also new methods of facilitating migration, which I think has been an important factor in the migration by sea that we've seen in the last months and years, not only in terms of the vessels that are being used, but also in terms of the methods that are being used by the facilitators, the way in which they've been using new technologies in order to recruit, if you like, clients to move, to travel to Europe in this way. And then in terms of our internal differences and divergences, what we are seeing, of course, is particular pressure on the frontline member states especially on the Mediterranean borders, but also big divergences in the way that the rules are being applied. I'm thinking especially about the asylum rules. And at the same time, we have, of course, in Europe, very, very different economic and social conditions within the member states, very different cultural conditions as well, and conditions in terms of the numbers of existing migrants. And this is having a big impact in terms of the distribution of asylum seekers within Europe. You're seeing that asylum seekers are preferring to come to some member states rather than to others. Then in terms of the irregular arrivals that we've seen over the last months and years, again, I think to reiterate the very striking figures that have been mentioned already by a few speakers today, but we're really at a peak that we haven't seen even in 2011 with the Arab Spring. The numbers so far this year arriving in Italy alone by sea already exceed the total numbers for 2011. And of course, the tragic side of that is that the numbers of those who perish in the waters of Europe has also been increasing at a dramatic rate. So much so that these figures have, I think it was also remarked in the refugees report, the figures are becoming banal. It's no longer news to hear about these kinds of tragedies. And it's not only at our sea borders that we're seeing increased numbers. Over the last months and years, we've also seen big increases in arrivals on the land borders, especially on the Turkish borders with Greece and Bulgaria. And in recent months, of course, most of you have also probably seen the media reports about the migrants who are trying to enter the Spanish enclaves in Morocco. But in spite of this crisis, I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the European Union is in a much better place today than it was 5, 10, 15 years ago, both institutionally and also in terms of the legal framework that we have in place. And I'll say a word about that now. But I'd just like to also start by saying that there will never be a solution or a resolution to this challenge. I think that is an illusion that we should never have. Our ambition should be to manage this challenge in a humane and efficient way, using a combination of internal measures and external measures. But it will always be a question of engaging in a long-term way with the kinds of challenges that we have, and doing so with different kinds of measures on multiple fronts, with a constant change of focus. And I think we'll be having some of the kinds of discussions that we are having today also in 10 years, but the focus will be probably on somewhat different issues. Let me start then with the legal framework before looking to the future. I think it's fair to say that we now have a clear and comprehensive legal framework, which ensures that the need for protection is identified as early as possible in the process, and that persons are steered as quickly as possible towards the asylum procedure. As underlined by the Hirsi judgment, refoulement is a red line. It's a red line which is drawn explicitly in also in our primary and in our secondary legislation, not just in the asylum acquis, but also in the rules for border control and return of irregular migrants. Saying a quick word about border control first, the main instruments that we have in place there, the Schengen Borders Code, the Frontex regulation, and most recently the Maritime Surveillance regulation, make it clear that our border guards are in the front line, and they have a key role to play in ensuring that the non-refoulement principle is fully respected. And this is, of course, in addition to the central obligations that they have to secure the border, to detect persons who are crossing irregularly, and to rescue them in distress. They need to be able to screen persons initially to see whether they show signs of being in need of protection, and to steer them towards the asylum system. This, of course, means that they need to be properly trained, and the work that was explained has been done by our agencies, especially Frontex, the fundamental rights agencies, and of course EASO are particularly important in that regard. Then, when it comes to return, as I mentioned, there always needs to be, before a return is effective, even a return which is made at the border without formally being taken, needs to contain a refoulement check, so an initial check, a real check of whether the general circumstances in the country to which the return is to be taking place and the specific circumstances of the person would place that person at a risk of being harmed or being persecuted. And then in terms of the asylum acquis, of course, we now have, with the recent revision of all of the instruments, and especially of the Asylum Procedures Directive, we have more detailed, more specific provisions relating to how migrants should be handled in the initial stages, to ensure that those who are most in need of protection are properly identified, properly informed of the ability of applying for asylum, that indications that they might be in need of protection are seen at the early stages. That means that it's not necessary that they, for example, always use words like asylum or international protection, but that the overall circumstances in which they find themselves can reach that conclusion. And as the European Council indicated in June, and the Commission has been saying repeatedly for some time, the overall priority of the Commission in the coming years will be to ensure the proper and the full implementation by Member States of their obligations under the asylum and other rules relevant in this regard. We have the good fortune in that regard to have the dedicated agencies that I mentioned. Frontex and EASO have already explained in some detail the part that they will be playing, in particular when it comes to training, developing guidance and so on. And in that regard, I'm particularly conscious that often in these kinds of settings, the Commission's role is to lecture, if you like, about the nature of the legal framework that needs to now be applied. But we are, I am, and I think we all should be aware that there is a big difference between explaining a legal framework of the kind that we have and applying those rules in the real world, and that's why I think we are fortunate to have those agencies. Because of the short time that we have available, I'll just say a very quick word then about possible future initiatives, and we'll probably be touching on it a bit more in our discussion. As you know, there has been this initiative, the Task Force Mediterranean. It's identified a whole series of different actions that can be taken. 38 if I'm not mistaken, but I would just like to select 3 of them for particular mention, and maybe we can have more discussion about them afterwards. One is resettlement. This is obviously one of the most important external tools we have to bring persons to the European Union, avoiding that they need to make the kinds of dangerous journeys that so many are taking. And it's really a key to the European Union playing its part in the world as an expression of solidarity, not just with the refugees themselves, but also with these countries, the countries that are hosting such large numbers of refugees. And I think in spite of the progress that's been made in recent years in terms of having financial incentives in place to encourage member states to engage more in resettlement, there is still considerably more that can be done in order to encourage all member states to be involved and to encourage the Union as a whole to be more engaged, and maybe we can have discussions about that afterwards. Secondly, I'll just mention about alternative legal avenues, because it was mentioned by Tineke, and I'm sure Chris will have some questions for us during the session there. I would just say that we are still at the exploratory stage. It certainly has not been ruled out, I think, in such an absolute way in the manner that was mentioned by Tineke, but we can talk about that a bit. I think both our outgoing and our incoming commissioners have underlined that this is something that they do intend to explore, and we will be discussing it with member states at the technical level, and we can talk a bit more about the details. And the final external element I think to mention is the need to engage with neighboring countries, especially countries of transit, to improve the way in which they provide protection. So in a way helping them to help themselves, to protect migrants in a way that meets international standards. And we do have some tools that we are to improve that, especially regional development and protection programs. Okay, I'll leave it there. I have some other things to mention about internal solidarity, but probably we will have a chance to talk about that during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for that very comprehensive overview there. I think you're right in saying in 10 years from now, we'll probably be discussing the same questions. It's something, been working in the sector for a while, and something that comes to mind once in a while, but nevertheless, it is still important to try to to have the ambition to make progress and to ensure that the protection regime works. I'm afraid you're out for the running for the double dessert. Past your time. So, who is the head of the policy and legal unit? Sorry, the head of the policy and legal support unit of UNHCR. He's based here in Brussels. Years of experience in the field as well.
Thank you very much, Chris. And thank you for inviting UNHCR to participate in this conference. And I'll echo the thanks that the previous speakers have given to the Italian Refugee Council for their very interesting and comprehensive report, which we look forward to reading in more detail, because I have to admit we've only had a quick look through it so far. Perhaps to give a bit the UNHCR's perspective of what has been touched upon already, not only by speakers on this panel, but earlier today. We are, of course, facing unprecedented movements of refugees and forced displacement globally. We're talking about 51 million people of concern to UNHCR at the moment, many who are suffering as a result of the conflicts in the Middle East, Syria and Iraq in particular, and the overflows of that conflict, but also in other parts of the world, including the Central African Republic, of course, and South Sudan, and who are fleeing persecution from other countries due to ongoing harsh and repressive regimes, and in particular, I think that can be evidence where we see the movements of Eritreans, including to Europe. So that's very much the sort of global context which we're all aware of, and which was interesting that the Admiral this morning mentioned that is clearly correlated to the increase in arrivals into Europe. But it's also good to remember when we are talking about this increase that we're still talking about a really small percentage of the overall numbers of people who are displaced. I think we talk about something like around 8% of the world refugee population in Europe, which is a lot, of course, if you're sitting in Italy or in Sweden or Germany, who are receiving the largest numbers of asylum seekers. And when you look at the overall population in the EU of over 500 million citizens, it's really a very, very small proportion. And if you compare it to the numbers of refugees that countries like Turkey and Lebanon in particular have dealing with, it sort of puts things in perspective, let's say. But maybe moving back a bit to the issues that we are tackling here in Europe, our focus from the UNHCR's point of view, and particularly for the purpose of this panel, there are two areas that I wanted to touch upon. One was the area of access to territory to seek protection, and in particular difficulties that persons who are in need of international protection are facing in accessing the territory. And I think you already touched upon this, but in particular we have a number of concerns over reported pushbacks on the Bulgarian-Greece-Turkey borders, but also Spanish enclave, Stephen mentioned that as well, Ceuta and Melilla to Boca. So these are areas that we are focusing on, and having difficulties, this goes also what was said, having difficulties in some cases in documents, incidents, but trying to work with our partners in order to do so, and to follow up and to see how more protection-sensitive border management can be put in place in those areas in particular. And Christopher mentioned in the session this morning the important judgment of the Court of Human Rights last week, the Sharifi judgment, which featured the prohibition of collective expulsion, amongst other things. And it's going to be interesting to see how this may have an effect on state practice with regards to pushbacks. We've also been hearing with some concern about the Spanish proposal to amend their legislation. There has been a proposal that what we heard about last week, which it seems to suggest that it would be making pushbacks from Ceuta and Melilla to Morocco legal in some form. So this is something that we're watching watching with concern, and it will also be interesting to see what effects, if any, this judgment may have on that proposal too. The other area that the UNHCR has been focusing quite a bit on is protection at sea. And we do have a global initiative on protection at sea, which will culminate in the High Commissioner's dialogue in early December. And in that context, a number of regional initiatives have been launched, including for our purposes here in Europe, the Central Mediterranean Sea Initiative that I think a number of you probably already heard about. This Central Mediterranean Sea Initiative foresees 12 key areas of action within the European Union, in first countries of asylum or transit, and in countries of origin. To perhaps focus on a couple of proposals of relevance for us, focusing on the within EU part, of course, search and rescue operations, and in that context, welcome the Mare Nostrum operation, and watching, like all of us, I think, to see what will happen next, whether the Mare Nostrum operation will in fact end. That I think was left open after the session that we had this morning, and how the joint operation Triton will also come into being, and where its limit will be, and how the two will fit together, if that will be the case for some time. So we're watching that with great interest. We have also been working on developing what we have termed a response package, and this is looking in particular at what happens when people are disembarked in the EU. So it's focusing on arrival and disembarkation reception, first-line reception, including advocating for a liberal and proactive application of some of the Dublin provisions, looking at take charge in particular. And so that's the first part of the response package, although I won't go into great detail here, because otherwise Chris will tell me that I won't get into this alert. And the other aspect of the response package is, of course, looking at processing in the country of disembarkation for those who request international protection, but also looking at solutions. Solutions both in the country that has determined the person to be a refugee, but also possible other solutions that there might be. For example, if individuals have family members elsewhere, be it in Europe or in other parts of the world, possibly family reunification for those individuals, and other options that might come up there as well. And persons who are not in need of international protection, what solutions might be available for them, including voluntary and other types of return if necessary. Looking at the sort of EU side of things, and then looking at the activities outside the EU. Of course, here we want to focus very much, and this goes back to the point that was made earlier, on credible alternatives, so that people do have options not to undertake this dangerous journey. And here, not just focusing on people who are crossing the Mediterranean. We've heard quite a lot about the dangers, and hear regularly in the press about the dangers of crossing the Mediterranean, even with the existence of Mare Nostrum. But before that, we don't hear quite so much about the dangers of the journey that people have to undertake in order to get to the Mediterranean. And that's an area we would like to focus on and try and propose some credible alternatives, although I bear in mind Stephen's point that there are no easy solutions to any of this. Of course, one of the alternatives that we focus on, and have been focusing on up until now as well, with the support of a number of countries, not just in Europe, is issue of resettlement. And we would certainly like to see more enhanced resettlement. I think that the European Council conclusions is also in particular to credible resettlement, which from our perspective means large numbers. And at the moment, I think the numbers resettled to Europe are around 5,500. Vincent Buchter, our director of the Europe Bureau for UNHCR, mentioned at a conference 10 days ago that if we really want to make resettlement a credible alternative, we can't be talking about 1,000 or 10,000. We need to talk about 50,000 Those are the kinds of numbers that we need to be considering if we really want this to make it, if we really want to make a difference. But also, it's not just resettlement. There are other avenues that need to be explored. Family reunification, of course, which is already a right for people who do have close family members within the EU, but we know in practice it's actually very difficult for a number of people to access that. So if you're a refugee in a camp in Ethiopia or in Sudan, you may have a family member in Europe, and it may be very difficult for you to complete the procedures in order to join that family member. So UNHCR is proposing to work firstly with our offices because we don't have very much capacity to support individuals in this situation in those countries. So we want to reinforce our capacity to help individuals, but also work with member states on this issue as well, and see how we can enhance their capacity together or jointly to process family reunification applications from these countries. I'll start talking faster. Two other areas that I want to mention. One is private sponsorship. This is also an idea that has been discussed recently, and that some other countries outside Europe do have such schemes. And I think in Germany as well, in the context of Syria, there have been some private sponsorship schemes. So this is something that we discussed with some member states individually and with some partners, including a number of NGOs, and there does seem to be some interest to perhaps pursue this. So that's something we very much love to look on and see whether it would be possible to put in place, even on a pilot basis, to test private sponsorship schemes. And other areas that we also would like to test the waters and see how far we can develop them are things like student visas, but that could benefit as well refugees. The Czech Republic has recently come up with a proposal to take a number of Syrian medical students to the Czech Republic. It's a very small number, but this and their family members as well. But this is the kind of thing that we'd like to try out and see if it can work, and then whether it can be developed or expanded to other member states if it is successful. Labour mobility is another thing that we'd like to look at, whether there are schemes that currently exist for skilled workers. We know some countries have these, but if it's possible to make them available to refugees, of course it means having certain safeguards, in particular, going back to the basis of this discussion, there would need to be guarantees that they would be protected from law, but nevertheless it should be possible to put in place such schemes. And there could possibly be a number of other ideas, all of which we would be interested to explore together with the countries concerned and also partner organisations. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philippa, for your providing this UNHCR perspective. Also, thank you for pointing out that indeed the numbers may seem impressive in Europe, but compared to very many other regions in the world, it's really it's not that overwhelming. And for an EU, a European Union of 28 member states not to be able to manage that, I think that we should keep on questioning that. There must be ways of addressing this in a humane, nice, respectful way. You've seen on the program that there was another speaker foreseen, which is Michael Diedring, Secretary General of ECRE. I don't see him here. Can anybody? There was something with an interview. Is somebody tell me? It's still with the press. Okay. I would like to give you the opportunity to raise some questions if you have them. So I will waive my right to represent ECRE as such in this panel, but I can make some remarks at the end. I have already 4 questions. Please, could you please state your name and the organization you work for?
Yes, sure. Arthur Nesbitt from The Guardian. The British. Oh,
sorry, yes, there is a microphone in your. Yeah, it's hitting.
Thanks very much. Arthur Nesbitt from The Guardian. I wanted to ask firstly about the Foreign Office announcer, which we reported today that it's not going to participate in future search and rescue operations under Triton. I was wondering what the various panelists thought process that might be in terms of potentially migrant death search and rescue operations under Triton, whether other member states would potentially raise similar concerns about participating in solidarity mechanisms and indeed the UK's reputation in the European Union. And in terms of Triton, as it allowed to control 30 miles and have a third of the resources of Marion Nostrum, I mean, how can it not lead to more migrant deaths?
Please, Mary.
Yes. One question to Mr. Ryan from the Commission. Now we have the common European asylum system, all the directives and so on, and the Commission is in place to control the member states if they are in line with the European asylum system. So we now have all the pushbacks at the external borders of Europe, in Greece, especially Bulgaria and Spain. So I would like to know how you as a Commission actually fulfill this responsibility to control these member states. Are you planning to start infringement procedures? Because I think Europe has to play a credible role in question of reform and doing something against it, especially if we want to convince the neighboring countries of Syria to leave the borders open. So it's a question of credibility if Europe does anything about it. If reform is taking place every day, in many cases at the external borders of Europe.
That already announced that the process to see this. Please.
Thank you from the Belgian judiciary. Three questions very quickly. The first one is for the article marking. You mentioned the role in early warning, Article 23 of the Dublin regulation. In this regard, my question is, has there been or will there be an effort at EU level to compare the position of national member states once the Strasbourg Court has taken interim rulings, Article 39 in technical terms, as to whether national states respect these once a person is in an asylum procedure as such, has come through in terms of admission, but risks being sent back. That one. Second question is regarding what was mentioned by Mr. Ryan on the question of the various future initiatives that could be developed. I think time lacked to develop the idea of internal solidarity. Is this internal solidarity team including also the aspect of giving new impetus to both older mechanisms like temporary protection schemes? I'm particularly thinking towards newly arriving Kurdish groups. That's one. Is this on the agenda? If yes, does it have a chance? If no, why not? And then the last question I have is more specifically towards what was mentioned, I think, at one stage, by legal pushbacks or legal obstacles on the Northern African side. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, mentioned by Mrs. Weber-Young. What about access to protection in countries of transit? If this access to protection, as was mentioned by Mrs. Stinkistik, also includes a risk of preventing people EU as such. Is there not a risk that should a person, for instance, be given some form of access to a procedure in, say, Morocco or Tunisia, therefore cannot be on her or his way to join family members in Norway or Switzerland, or an EU country. Welcome. Please.
Hi, my name is Katja Fakin. I'm Associate Human Rights Officer at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I'm based here in Brussels, the Regional Office for Europe. Thank you very much for all the speakers. I would actually like to inform you that we have published a set of guidelines and principles on the human rights at international borders, which actually collects together a set of guidelines to ensure that human rights are respected when it comes to, for example, rescue operations, detention, interviewing, identification, etc. And those guidelines bring together existing norms and a human rights framework sort of into practical border governance measures. And this is maybe something that can be used in trainings, for example. And we are also planning to use that in the trainings. We are participating in Frontex trainings, training for border guards and anti-trafficking, for example. I have a question about private actors that was mentioned by Mrs. Dimitri. That's also something that the guidelines go through. And I would be happy to hear more about this, the private actors and private shipmasters, how they should be financially compensated and not to be prosecuted, and how is that actually working in practice at the moment, and what are the challenges regarding that. And I would also be happy to hear more about the alternative legal measures that was mentioned by Ms. Ryan. So those are my two questions. Thanks.
Thank you. And then one more, and then we'll go for the first round of answers.
Thank you. My name is Salvatore Baratta from Zone International, child rights NGO working on the question of child migrants since a couple of years, and continuing working on the field and obviously. I have two questions. One for you, Mr. Camilleri. I was in the transit center for minors, unaccompanied minors in Sicily, just 1 month ago, where we operate on terms of psychosocial support and protection of unaccompanied minors arriving with minors. One of the main issues we see today is first the question of an additional violence and traumatization could bring to minors, keeping them in transit centers in a very quasi-permanent way, which is quite an issue for us. And also the whole issue of disappearance and detention of unaccompanied minors when they enter EU territory, which is operating almost every day in some countries. So my question is, in the recent reform of the Dublin and asylum system, what has been done specifically on the question of children, minors, migrants, when they move alone, or let's say partially accompanied by some people that we have to identify who are the people who are accompanied those minors. So a little bit to explain what has been done in terms of child migrants and asylum systems for children in the recent, and what are the challenges you see at legal level, policy level, and implementation of specific child rights protection for minors. And so, what are the challenges we have ahead of us in terms of protection of child migrants? And for you, Mr. Ryan, also on this very issue that we're very much clear concerned with that in the next years, is there an awareness and prise de conscience from the Commission on this issue of disappearance of children who are moving within Europe, let's say, undocumented, and the question of the detention of the migrants? So what is the legal framework? Is the Dublin regulation? And what is a bit the response of the Commission also on that issue?
Thank you so much. Maybe we start with Stephen, since you asked us to.
Sure.
There's quite some questions addressed to you.
Okay, I'll take the questions in order. There was but I'll only take the ones that were addressed to me. There was a question specifically about pushbacks and what's the Commission doing, and are we taking infringement cases? I think it's important to underline that we very much prioritize which are the kinds of issues that we will engage with member states about, and if necessary, commence legal action and take them to court. And pushbacks are certainly in that category, and as our current commissioner, our outgoing commissioner has underlined, there should be zero tolerance for pushbacks. We have, on receiving the many reports that there have been in recent years about pushbacks from the Greek border, Bulgarian border, now more recently in the Spanish enclaves, also in Italy, we've consistently raised these issues with the national authorities concerned. And in some instances, we have initiated either pre-infringement proceedings or actual infringement proceedings. It should be pointed out, however, that what we receive are, of course, allegations. We receive evidence which is not always of the quality, let's say, that would be sufficient in itself to enable us to take legal action in court. And that is a constant challenge. It's something that I think also in terms of those of you that are working for different stakeholders that are reporting on these events, that you might also reflect on in terms of the kind of evidence that you gather. But it is genuinely a challenge for us. Sometimes it boils down to us saying to a member state, NGO X has made the following allegation, what do you say? And they say, no, it's not true, and we can't always take it further than that. So, but in terms of priority, I can certainly emphasize that it certainly is one. Then there was a question regarding internal solidarity and whether there's a new impetus for temporary protection. I think a question from the Belgian judiciary. I take this as a question concerning the Temporary Protection Directive, which has never been applied until now. We have this directive from 2001 that allows a triggering of temporary protection, and in the case of a mass influx into the Union of migrants. And we are ourselves wondering why it has never been applied. We're actually in the process of commissioning a study on why it has never been applied. And the intention, I think it was mentioned in our March communication on the post-Stockholm framework, is to, if this study concludes that there are shortcomings in the nature of this instrument, to propose changes to it or even to its replacement by something more useful. I think it's fair to say that it is an instrument that was conceived at the time of the Kosovo crisis, with huge numbers of refugees arriving in a short space of time into the Union. And some of the criteria that are in there are therefore rather restrictive, and it's difficult for us to use them. That's one weakness. The other weakness is that it doesn't contain any kind of binding solidarity element in it. So you have all of these rights and obligations that are triggered if the instrument enters into force, but you've no way of spreading the burden between member states. So that's also a structural weakness, if you like, in it that I think would probably need to be addressed. There was a very general question about alternative legal avenues. Maybe just to expand a little bit on what I said earlier. I think there is scope for some further, let's say, innovation and initiative in this regard. Some of our member states have in the past used humanitarian visas. Some are even doing it now in a rather limited way to enable certain persons to come to the Union, perhaps persons who have particular vulnerability or have family links with persons in that member state. And sometimes this instrument is a more suitable one in our view than resettlement, which is generally aimed at larger groups of persons, perhaps persons in refugee camps. Whereas this could be a more targeted instrument, enabling persons who otherwise would fall outside of the net to seek protection here. And in terms of what could be done at the EU level, I think there is at least a more coordination of approach, encouragement of member states to have some kind of a scheme in place, and perhaps some kind of common criteria for how it might be used. If we were more ambitious, if there was really the political will there, you could even imagine that there might be a commitment to have certain numbers of persons covered by schemes like that, maybe quotas according to member states. Finally, there were questions about the new legal framework, both in relation to the protection of children and detention. Yes, indeed. I mean, the legal framework is now, I think, it's generally acknowledged, the legal framework is a very satisfactory one. We have very detailed provisions, especially about how children should be treated, in terms of provision of guardianship, special reception, and so on. The challenge is, of course, how this is applied in practice, and there we have very varying picture. And I think you were speaking about the situation in Italy, where we have indeed very large challenges that are acknowledged by the authorities themselves, both as regards provision of reception and also guardianship to ensure that the best interests of these minors are looked after. And we are engaging with the Italian authorities on these issues. Then finally, on detention, well, we have now a very clear and much more rigorous legal framework than we had in the past for the detention of asylum seekers in the event. There are now clear, exhaustive grounds on the basis of which asylum seekers can be detained, and there are also clear provisions regarding the conditions of detention and the need to have the possibility to seek a remedy against the fact of detention or the conditions of detention as appropriate. So I think I've dealt with most of the ones that are addressed to me.
Martin, you can address the question.
Just to add on the last question that I got, and one of the last questions that Stephen answered regarding children. Definitely the new legal framework puts the best interests of the child at the core when it comes to children. So the legal framework is there, it's the application, which is of course a challenge. There are a number of important obligations put on member states, in particular reception and guardianship. It's clear that member states, of course, are faced with significant influx, have challenges in meeting these obligations. And we are involved with the Commission and other actors, UNHCR, in supporting the Italian authorities in dealing with these many challenges that they have, including related to children. But definitely there's a room for further improvements by the Italian authorities on these issues. But of course, the most important thing is that they acknowledge them, like Stephen said, and that we are actively engaged with different actors to support the Italian authorities in improving the situation. The question that I got on the early warning system and the observance of member states to the judgments made the European level. Of course, here one needs to see the role of EASO in perspective as well. EASO is there to support member states fulfilling their legal obligations, but of course we all know that case law and jurisprudence adds to the legal framework. Therefore, what we have done in order to improve this, at least in order to provide the information to member states and make it available, is also to have a system that we are building, the information documentation system of EASO, where also jurisprudence and case law is available to them, also at national level as well, I mean national case law. Clearly, there's yeah, it's quite a challenge for some member states to meet those of the new obligations that with regard to certain case management students. What we are also trying to do, engaging with the judiciary, is also to have training for the judiciary. Also training for the judiciary, which also goes into case law jurisprudence as well, to support in that respect. But this is, in a way, when you link it to the early warning and preparedness system, it's a bit of a challenge, because the early warning and preparedness system, as I have explained before, is a system, basically the early warning part is a statistical instrument that provides statistics on flows, on decisions member states are making, and the like. There are 22 indicators that have been identified. At the first stage, we have agreed on 4 with member states. It's quite a long process to agree on definitions, to have common definitions, and we have identified a number of challenges there. And we are at phase 4. We are phase 2 now, and we're also preparing phase 3 of these indicators. The preparedness part is actually how member states are prepared to deal with both the influx, but also in the way of working, the way that they're complying with the acquis from a practical point of view. So we have to see it in that perspective. What is the role of EASO? But definitely, jurisprudence and case law is important. That's to the legal obligations, and we are there to support the member states as well in that respect.
Sorry, Mark, I didn't want to be rude. There are another couple of other questions. I would specifically invite the panelists want to get. Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to do. You said it was not addressed in the report, it was not addressed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was more directed towards Frontex.
It's Frontex as well, and UNHCR.
Yes, no, I can just very quickly. I mean, certainly we encourage obviously all member states to participate in these Frontex operations, and Frontex likewise does so. And of course, it goes without saying that the UK, being one of the largest member states and one of the largest navies, would be very much actively invited and encouraged, as much persuasion as possible, placed upon it to participate. But in the end, obviously, it's a voluntary process. To go beyond that, I think, is more for the political level.
Thank you. I consider the question on the joint operation Triton first in a way that I would have to repeat my explanation on the scope. We are concerned about the fatalities related to the increased migratory flows, and indeed the number of dead people have been over or proportionally increased. However, Triton is not the replacement of Mare Nostrum. This has been made clear on the operational level, but also on the political level. Triton is not the replacement of Mare Nostrum. Frontex is not a coordinating body for search and rescue operations. It means that the responsibility of member states to ensure search and rescue and maritime security on this is not substituted by a border surveillance operation, and it's not suspended. Our scope and the mandate are different from search and rescue. Therefore, we coordinate a border surveillance operation which has elements of preparedness for contribution to search and rescue actions. The early detection of migrants, as I said, with aerial surveillance, with deploying certain capacity of naval means, will contribute to carry out search and rescue operations under national responsibilities if this is needed.
the early detection, but also the debriefing and interviewing capacity, which helps to better dismantle criminal networks. We expect a change of modus operandi of the criminal networks, but also we expect that Triton will have capacity to tackle migratory flows also from Egypt and from Libya. And it's not limited, as I said before, it's not limited to the territorial waters of all the contiguous zones. So it goes it goes on the high seas. In previous years, we have been criticized when coordinating joint operations in the high seas. Today, it is obviously required, and we do it. With our aerial surveillance, with the application of the sea surveillance regulation. So with some operational elements in compliance with our commitment, with our commitment to comply with the respect for fundamental rights. We have also changed to some extent the scope of our coordinated joint return operations, but Triton is not a replacement of Mare Nostrum.
Thank you, sir. And if you could also, because the gentleman was also asking you more comments on the question.
Yes, I'm not sure that I'm going to answer in a satisfactory manner. I mean, I think from UNHCR's perspective, what we've said all along is that we welcome Mare Nostrum because it has saved a number of lives, and we do see the need for continued search and rescue operation. Now, whether that is a continuation of Mare Nostrum or some other search and rescue operation, what is important is that there is something going on in the Mediterranean and people who are at risk of being saved and they're not drowning. And I think that that's what we need to do. What our position is. How the form that may take is not something that we've really been outspoken about. It's important just that there is an operation in place and that people aren't drowning. So I hope that answers that to some. But there are a couple of other points. I think on the pushback issue, somebody had raised this and asked the question about activities on the other side of the border, so in non-EU member states, and I think that is, of course, an important aspect. It doesn't detract from whether or not an EU member state is pushing people back who have arrived in the EU and who are requesting protection. That's, of course, a great concern, but at the same time, certainly as far as UNHCR is concerned, we are working with governments of these other countries, in particular Morocco, I think was mentioned, to help them to build their own capacity to develop asylum systems. In the case of Morocco, we've been working with them on developing a refugee law, the same in Turkey, and then henceforth to set up adjudication systems, and also to start looking at integration measures as well, which is certainly a gap and where a lot still needs to be done. So that to address that. And then one other thing on detention, and in particular on the detention of children. Recently, UNHCR, well, a few months ago actually, launched a global beyond detention strategy that has 3 key objectives with regard to detention, and one of those 3 objectives is to end the detention of children. And for Europe, there are 4 pilot countries that we're focusing on for the rollout of this beyond detention strategy, and they are the UK, Malta, Hungary, and Lithuania, where we really are actively working in those countries on trying to end the detention of children, but also to improve detention conditions as well. That's also part of the strategy. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. The final words I would take it to answer the question.
But I don't get any disturbance. So I have time. Okay. Only one question about this penalization of supporting illegal entrance. And private companies often face a dilemma because on the basis of maritime law, they are obliged to immediately go to the rescue, but on the other hand, they run the risk of being penalized. And it has happened in Italy many times. And I was told that it has been abolished, this national legislation, but later on others told me that it has not been abolished, so maybe Christoph could update us more in that regard. But it really can mean that they are prosecuted, and in the meantime they are not able to use their vessels, for instance, that they have faced huge economic losses, and of course that can be an incentive to go to the rescue, of course. Well, we have a facilitation directive from 2002, which even obliges member states to have this national legislation to penalize illegal entrance and supporting illegal entrance. Member states may refrain from prosecution if there's no, if the actor doesn't benefit from this support, but it might be a good idea to add in the legal framework that we have that they are obliged to refrain from prosecution, so that there's completely clear for private companies that they do not run the risk of being prosecuted. And I think Italy is not the only case. There are more countries where this legislation is in place. One last remark on the financial compensation. There are also cases that we know from companies that try to disembark people, but because of disagreement on which country should be responsible, that they ended up in sailing for a week or something with 100 migrants. And you can imagine that this also causes economic losses. In this case that I described, the captain later on was fired by the private company because it had caused too many losses for this company. So this is also, again, being in a dilemma. You have to rescue, but on the other hand, it's a huge threat for these companies. If this could be cleared out so that there's at the spot at that moment, there's no reason to hesitate because everything's fine for your company, that would be a really saving lives.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at Christopher. I think we've passed the deadline of only half an hour. So I don't know whether, because there was still a video planned, I see, on the program.
I'm going to introduce a little bit the video.
Okay. Sorry, just to thank all the panelists for their contributions.
Just to briefly introduce the short documentary film was produced by the Italian Council for Refugees in the frame of the project Access to Protection funded by EPIM. And the focus of the video is limited to the Italian context, highlighting shortcomings and critical aspects related to access to the Italian territory and to asylum procedure. And maybe tomorrow aims to describe both the Mare Nostrum operation, rescue operation, and the first reception conditions of newly arrived migrants in Italy. The video was shot in last August in the at the harbour of Augusta and in 2 reception centres in Sicily. The migrants accommodated in that center didn't receive any information about the status and didn't have access to legal counselor and for about 2 months. Maybe tomorrow is the usual answer they receive to their request. And we would just to thank all the migrants who share with us their opinions and experiences, and also the Italian name. You will find the video enclosed in the DVD at the end of the publication. And okay, I don't want to say too much, and that's what it is, just 9 minutes.
Dalla fonte 5, del telefono relativamente ai saldi prodotti da navi spingere, e precisamente volevo sapere dei 549 migranti salvati, la conferma che si tratta di 447 uomini che stanno
super combine. What you know about the information not for other. طبعا عندنا مصاري الدولار شخص بعدين طلعنا بالبحر الساعة 4 مشينا بالبحر بعدين مع لقينا الطريق ضلينا يومين ثاني يوم لما عسكي معنا يومين في مقارب طول طريق استقلال وقضية واستقلال الأطفال كثير كانوا بنت حامل كثير تعرف بالأخير أمي عليه أغلب النساء المقارب أمي عليهم وكل شيء حالات نساء تعبانه بعدين اخر شيء رجل بعدين قعدونا بالهي وقت الشمس عملوا لنا هي حطوا شهاده ما بعرف ايش معناها حطوا شهاده وعملوا لنا هي طول الوقت ما ناموا سهرانين طول الوقت سهرانين بيطلعوا لعنا بيدخلوا شيء قدمونا مي شو أكل كل شيء حسينا حالنا بيت
Sia che le confermo, il porto dovrebbe essere Augusta e l'arrivo deve avvenire domani mattina in prima mattinata.
L'operazione Mare Nostrum punta mediamente sulla presenza continuativa in mare di 5 unità maggiori. A questa attività in mare si somma l'attività di elicotteri basati a terra, di aerei basati a terra, di mezzi operanti dell'aeronautica come gli UAV, i droni e lo scambio di informazioni con i servizi intelligence nazionali e di altri paesi europei. Siamo arrivati a circa 133.000 migranti che grazie all'operazione Mare Nostrum sono vivi e sono stati soccorsi in mare, sono stati accompagnati in un porto italiano dove sono stati affidati al personale del Ministero degli Interni per le attività successive.
We were taken to Augusta. They took us to a mini field. They gave us something, a number. There was something to wear and then tie a rope on our hands and write a number. And then afterwards, they gave us food. And then from there, after 2 days, they gave us a paper in which we had to write our date of birth.
After the rescue, did not do nothing. Did not ask me, nothing afraid, no nothing. Just bring me they give me food. After
nothing. I've been there for 2 months here now. I've been doing nothing. Just when that when I wake up, sit with my first child from that place to if I'm tired, I go sleep. Maybe take me back in Joshua. Because for so long I've been here, no call, no nothing. But when I ask them credit, they say credit is free, maybe tomorrow. And then I stop asking them. I'm tired of asking them. I haven't met a lawyer before. I don't know about it also. I didn't know the app, but I signed on application. Because nobody told me about it.
In Italia inizia, diciamo così, un malessere che per loro non è previsto in qualche modo, perché arrivano all'interno di centri di primo soccorso dove viene detto loro che dovrebbero stare un massimo di 3 giorni e dove poi passano circa 6 mesi. Ogni volta che viene detto che loro stanno qua per 6 mesi, visto che ci sono dei problemi per le partenze, che ci sono pochi posti per le comunità o altro, chiaramente viene dato loro questo messaggio comunque di un paese che non li vuole o comunque che non vuole essere pronto ad accoglierli.
I want to work and survive by myself, not to depend on people. Because the food I am eating is not from my sweat. So I am not doing anything, just to eat and sleep, which is, not good. So I don't like it. Because I have health, I am strong, so I can able to walk. So why not? Right here, people are feeding me, doing everything for me. It's not fair. So I don't like it.
Also from my side and from the side of the Italian Council of Refugees, I would like to thank you very much that you accepted our invitation, that you came here, that you stimulated very vivid debate on questions that are all, not only our mind, but also to our heart. Just to say this afternoon, we will listen to a contribution of the judge of the European Human Rights Court of Strasbourg, Albuquerque, the Portuguese judge. We invited Mr. Albuquerque because he delivered in the Hirsi judgment a concluding opinion. So he was in agreement, of course, with the voting of the judgment of the Grand Chamber of the court. But in his concluding opinion, he said something more, something above of the principle established by the court, precisely with respect to access to protection also from abroad, from countries outside the European Union or outside Europe. So therefore, we are very pleased that Mr. Albuquerque, who will arrive a little bit later, but he will be here with us in the afternoon, And we will have a panel about the situation on the ground in the countries we mentioned already before, and then Greece, Malta, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Hungary, by the representatives of the partner organizations in this project. So it comes very precisely to clear indications of also shortcomings that have been observed, but also here and there. Good practices, I think it was an important feature, also just now to say, okay, we need information what is really going on at the borders, also for the sake of eventually considering legal procedures at the Luxembourg court. So if there are really violations of community law. So, and then we will have the conclusion around the 4 o'clock. So I would cordially invite you now to have a moment of lunch here and to be back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
It's up to you. Looks like it's stuck in here. Taking me about this. I need to show this to it's a bit of my best friend. This and I want my words and everything compliments her. Yeah, it seems better when I put on the fish. I didn't need the blood. I didn't need the blood dish.
No. Let's just bring in this. You're also being live streamed.
I did apparently. Well, like because what does it I think that those people so
change this. I don't want to be live streaming. Can you put it somewhere? Here it is.
It's a case about Brazilian migrants who expelled from the French Guiana, South America, without any kind of residual guarantees. So there are two cases. And use is complemented by the social development. Civilian guy who was Japanese basically Article 6 guarantees, procedural guarantees of Article 6 should be provided in all immigration procedures, expulsion, execution, removal, transfer, everything. Which is not yet the case law of the court. It's not yet the case law of the court. So I think that I'm going to say that case law must be developed, and the next step after using it is to review a non-French case, Maria versus France, where the court says there are no Article 6 guarantees for migrants. Don't get the right to judge adversarial procedure. All the this is just an old case law. Next step to review after using it.
You're working
Maria catch the nut. There.
Io ho fatto devo fare queste cose da conto, ma magari è giusto per vedere se ho una situazione. No, mi sta bene adesso. Dopo questa vado all'ufficio. Ah, anche dopo questo, ma sì, andiamo insieme. Sì. Siamo... C'è il website? Siamo... Davvero? No, no, ma non è veramente... No, no, non mi dice, hai fatto questo il nostro broadcasting. No, ma seriamente? Cioè, no.